And this is a critical step in deeper analysis where we go beyond what's happening and begin to ask the question of why or how. So the visuals here that they allow us to show those relationship, and the visuals that will follow will give us a lens into this relationship. Next slide, please, Sylvia. Now, the first chart is the scatter plot. So the scatter plot is a simple yet powerful way to show the relationship between two numerical variables. So on this chart, each point they represent a pair of values. For example, we may have income on the x-axis and education level on the y-axis. As we can see in this example, we might notice that the points tend to form a line that slopes upward, suggesting a positive correlation, or downward, which would then imply a negative relationship, or points that are scattered randomly with no meaningful relationship visible. So they can reveal those kind of correlations. Next slide, please. And then we have a bubble chart, um, which enhances the scatter plot by adding a third variable. So in this visual, each point still represent a pair of values on the x and y axis, but now the size of the bubble represent the third measure. For instance, in a plot comparing maybe GDP and literacy rate, the bubble size might reflect population, and then this allows you to pack more information into a single graphic without overcrowding it. So the key here is to ensure that your labels and legend are clear so that the extra dimension adds clarity rather than confusion. So it's an excellent visual for multivariable analysis where size, proportion, and position all matter. Next slide, please. And then here we have a line chart which shows trends over time. This is one of the most commonly used charts again, and it's ideal for visualizing data over time. So each point on the line represent a value at a specific moment. And when connected, then the line shows us the trend, whether it's rising, falling, or stable. The example could be tracking SA's imports by country from 2020 to 2024, as you can see on the chart. For instance, the line chart they can help the audience quickly understand patterns. You can see the trend for each country and um, when the import from these countries were low and when they were when they were high, or they when they increased. So they are also helpful in forecasting as they provide a visual signal for potential future trends based on the historical movement. Next slide, please. And then we have a BAM chart. Um, so the BAM chart is a specialized line chart that shows how rank changes over time. So on the vertical axis would have a ranking position from highest to lowest. And each color line would then represent the different category, like countries or school. And here we have countries. And as you follow a line from the left to right, you can see how that category moved up or down in ranking over time. So these are especially effective for showing competition or progress within a group. For example, we might use this to show how provinces ranked in terms of literacy between 2010 and 2020, and the strength of the pump or the pump chart is its ability to show not just the trend, but the shifts in position between the categories. And as you can see here on this example, which is a simple bump chart that was created in Excel. So you can see for example, if we look at the country Mozambique in 2020, it was ranking number 5. In 2021, also number 5. And then you can see that the trend that in 2023, it then went to um, number 2 of the ranking. So it helps to show those kind of rank changes over time.
Okay, so the next set of graphs we're going to look at are comparisons, showing comparisons. So how do groups differ? And they're essential for identifying differences and similarities between disaggregated data. Usually it's demographic data that we disaggregate by, so looking at the differences by gender or sex or by age range. So when we're trying to find group differences, we do use bar charts, we use box plots, slope charts, which we haven't included here. But the point of these comparison charts is to show variation across data groups. So on the next slide, we have graphs you should be familiar with. So we have spoken about bar graphs. And it's important when you're setting up your bar graph to have the side-by-side comparisons. So not have all, for example, if we look at the top graph, not have all female-headed households together and then male-headed households together. Because we want to show a comparison, we have to have female, male, female, male, female, male. And that helps us to see the difference between the two groups. Below that is a stacked bar, and it shows the compositions within a group. And so the graph is about imported products by country. And the first one we see is China. So it starts with electrical machinery in the blue, nuclear reactors, vehicles, iron, and steel. And it also helps us to see, one, the proportion. So China does have the most, so we can see that kind of trend. But also within each country, what are the most dominant or prominent characteristics? Next slide. Another one if you work with statistics and quantitative data that you should see quite commonly is a box plot. This one was done in Tableau as well. And a box plot shows distributions of the data. So the little T's at the end of each diagram show you the range, so the minimum and the maximum. The box in the middle will show you where the data is concentrated. And we usually use the 95th and the 5th percentile for the concentration of data. And then the line in the middle shows you the average. And so you can either compare averages across groups, you can compare the range to say some have bigger ranges than others, or you can just compare how the data is distributed between each country. Next slide, please, Sylvia. So this is currently one of my favorite charts. It's called a comparison chart. And I used a template from a software called Chart Expo. It is an add-on to Excel. So you download the Chart Expo function, and it becomes part of your Excel options. And within it, there are many charts you can choose from. When you click on a particular chart, it'll automatically bring up a template of data that you can use. Unfortunately, the free version of Chart Expo has a watermark that says Chart Expo across the top. The paid version is $10 a month, but there are other free software that you can use to do something similar. So this is a chart of, we asked graduates how they saw themselves in the past, in the present, and in the future. And if we look at the yellow bar, right? So this is, you can see that this is similar to a bump chart, but it also incorporates a stacked bar chart because we can see proportions, right? We can see that fighting Riptider, so those who are fighting against their context or their circumstances, was the most in the past. It was ranked first. But we can also see that it was ranked first because 35% of our graduates chose it. Then in the present, that moved down to second, and then it moved down to third. Coming back to the yellow, we see those who see themselves as game changers, those who are beating the odds, moved from fourth, 9%, then to third, and then in the future, that like 52% see themselves as game changers. It's a really nice graphic because it combines so many things. It combines proportions, it combines rankings, and it shows movement through time. Next slide. Right. So the next group of charts we're going to look at highlight movement and transitions. So we're asking the question, where does it go? Where are the transitions? What are the flows and processes? It's perfect for longitudinal data and time series data. So something that has a time-bound element to it. Some of the examples include Sankey graphs. A type of Sankey is called an alluvial graph, but we're not going to show that today. Snowflake charts, which are also called cluster charts. So it is a way of visualizing flow across categories or stages or time. And it's really ideal for showing pathways or hierarchies. So in the next slide, this is a this is a matrix chart, which I didn't even include in the first slide. It's done on Word. It's a modified heat map, if you're familiar with heat maps, but we will cover it a bit later. So if we just look at the figure, it's a table done in Word, but with color coding. And we wanted to see the journeys or the mobility pathways of graduates. So we looked at where they studied, where they were in 2020, 2022, and 2024. And yellow, the gold is in their country of birth, which was an African country. Blue was in another African country. And then we color coded how they moved. And this shows the 5 most common mobility journeys. So we can see that the highest percentage of graduates stayed in their country of birth across time. They studied there and they continued to live there across the years. Second, with 25%, is that they studied in another African country, stayed in Africa, and then returned home. So this is a really great, quick way of showing pathways. like I said, this one I did manually in Word. The drawback is it doesn't show proportions visually. And so I've added a column in that says percentage of graduates, and an N value. But I find it a very nice way of showing pathways. In the next slide, I have, so this is not showing pathways, but I want to show how we take one kind of visualization and turn it into another. So this is a basic stacked bar. It's of labor market activities of our graduates. And so we can see those who are unemployed, those who are working only, those who are studying only, and then those who have multiple positions. So this was fine to start the discussion on what our graduates were doing across time, but it doesn't tell us whether those who are working in 2020 were the same people who were working in 2022. It just gives us the proportions by year. So what we did in the next slide is we used a Sankey chart. This one we did in Tableau. And for those of you who are familiar with statistics, this was done using the name's just a transition matrix analysis. Apologies. This was done using a transition matrix analysis. And so what we can see in 2020, if we look at the first bar up at the top, those who were in entrepreneurship only, we can see that some of them stayed as entrepreneurs only in 2020, but we can see the threads of those who moved into other positions. Some moved into studying and entrepreneurship. Some moved into working in entrepreneurship. And this, it can be seen as messy, but if the key takeaway is if we focus on those who are working only, we can see quite a solid bar of about half the people who are working only continued across the years. And so this may need a bit of explanation, but I do find Sankey's quite appealing. So like I said, this one we did in Tableau, but in the next slide, this is the same sort of data, but we did it in Chart Expo. And you can see that Tableau just looks nicer. It's like it's more appealing. And yeah, so I prefer Tableau, but you can do it in Chart Expo. This one just looked a bit more messy, not as refined, I think, as Tableau. In the next slide is the same data that I used Flourish for, and Flourish is also a free software. For some reason, I couldn't get the 2024 data to work. So I just stuck with 2020 and 2022. But it's very similar to the Tableau version. Just in terms of visual appeal. So I would probably rank them as Tableau, then Flourish, then the Chart Expo. But that being said, Chart Expo is the easiest to use for me. Its interface is very easy compared to Flourish and Tableau. Next slide. Right, so this is called a cluster diagram, but also sometimes called a snowflake. And what it is you start with a central node. So this one is from the health sciences. Within a particular hospital, there were 497 deaths. So all causes of death were grouped together, 497. And then it branches off into other nodes. So let's look at the reddish one. So from 497, there were 78 infections. Then it branches off into the specific types of infections, meningitis, lower respiratory tract infections, other infections. So we can keep branching out to get to specific categories. So as we branch out, the nodes become smaller, but we can always work our way back in to the central node, which is causes of all death. Um, I have used a similar chart for labor market positions. So in the middle, I had all graduates, and my nodes were employed, unemployed, studying, and then what they were doing after that. So it is a nice way of kind of starting from a central point and then expanding. Next slide, please. So I don't like this chart, but I thought I would just put it out there so you know what it is. This is called a chord chart. Um, and it is more common in marketing research. It tells a similar story to the Sankey's and the alluvial graphs. So the arc around the circle represents categories. So here, this chart is about how customers change their cell phone. Uh, yeah, cell phones. So do people who have Samsungs move to Nokia? Or those who have Blackberries move to Samsung? The thickness of the chords, which is the branches that come off, indicate how strong or the volume of people following this particular part. So let's look at Samsung. We can see that Samsung has had the biggest market share of users within this particular study. And right at the bottom, where there's the curve that doesn't actually go anywhere, those are the people that remained Samsung users. But just above it, we see a chord. So it's going from Samsung moving to Nokia. So those are the people who changed cell phones and moved from one brand to another. Like the Sankey, it requires quite a bit of explanation. Um, and what the researchers who generated this graph have done is that they've put the explanations around the graph. So highlighted the 4 key points of this graph because it can be a bit overwhelming. Therefore, key points are 12% of respondents switched from Nokia to Samsung. That is more than half of those currently at Nokia. So those are the key points that you can pick out from this graph. That being said, I haven't used it. It is not a favorite of mine, but perhaps you could find a template and use it for yourself. Next slide, Sylvia.
All right. And the last group of charts that we'll be looking at is the distribution and patterns. So beyond summarizing and comparing, we often want to know what does the data look like in terms of spread and concentration. And that's where distribution visuals come in. So here we look at charts that help us examine the variation, like the heat maps and violin plots. So these charts they explore hidden patterns, clusters, or irregularities that might not be visible in averages or totals, and they are ideal for deep dive analysis, especially when dealing with larger data sets or multiple groups. So in the next slides, we will look at the 2 examples, the heat map and the violin plot. Starting with the heat map. So the heat map uses color to represent intensity. So it structures or it's structured as a grid, and each cell shade it reflects the value of that intersection. Often frequency, volume, or score. And depending on the shades you use, darker shades would mean higher values. Then lighter ones would then mean lower values. So in this kind of visual, we are able to compare across two variables, for example, time and category. And the patterns, they often jump out visually in ways that they wouldn't in a table. So here on the slide, we have an example of a heat map, which is visualizing across two variables, in this case, product categories and time. So if you look at the chart here, it was created by Excel. It's simple to create it on Excel. And if you look at it, the rows, they present the years from 2010 through 2024, while the columns, they represent different product categories from live animals. And what makes this chart so effective is the color coding, which gives us a visual sense of magnitude without needing to read every number or table. So if you look at the heat map, the darker green cells here, they represent the higher values, meaning larger trade volumes or activity. And the red or orange shades, they represent the lower values. So this use of color intensity makes patterns and differences stand out. And um, for example, we don't need to calculate the difference in numbers to see that 2024 was a high performing year for fruit and nuts, or that meal offal was lower number or had lower numbers around 2012 or 2013. Also, looking across the rows, we can track time-based trends like which years were high or, or low for specific categories. For instance, if you look at the fruit and nuts column, we see a clear upward trend. That is, the shades, they shift from red or orange in areas to bring green um, um, by 2024, which then shows a consistent increase in value over time. So what is useful here is that the heat map allows us to quickly scan patterns across the product type and year, as I've said, making it ideal for identifying spikes or steady growth. So rather than going through a long table of numbers, we can spot trends visually, which is incredibly valuable when we are dealing with large data set. Next slide, please. And then the second example here is the violin plot. It takes the idea of the box plot, which was explained nicely by Andrea earlier, which shows the median, the quartiles, and the outliers. And this chart here, it adds a density layer that shows the shape of the data. So the width here of the violin chart, it reflects how many data points fall in that range. So, for example, in comparing a variable across different regions, a violin plot could then reveal whether the variable is tightly clustered or widely dispersed, and whether there are multiple modes or peaks in the data. So this it really makes it a strong choice for comparing distributions across groups. And if we look at this one here quickly, um, it compares the value distributions in dollars across different classes or countries. So here we could, if we look at it, we look at United States, which is green, we can see a wide, long distribution here. So the values are more spread out compared to other countries, and the data is skewed toward the higher values, extending beyond 16 million US dollars. And this indicates that the US has a widest variation in values. However, if we look at China in red, um, China's distribution is tighter and mostly concentrated between um, 10 million and 13 million US dollars, which then suggest more consistent values around that. And if I would explain this, imagine we are looking at trade data here, for instance. So the values for China of exports to various countries over a certain period would be shown by that red violin. And if most of those exports deals were consistently around 11 to 12 million dollars, with only a few slightly above or below, the distribution would look just like this, tight and focused in that range. So instead of having some very low export at 2 million or 18 million, which would make the distribution wide, like what we see in the US, the China's values are shown here to stay within the tighter band. So yeah, this is what the violin shows. And as we wrap up, it is important to highlight the platforms that make all of these data visualization possible. So there's a wide range of tools. Many of them, as I've mentioned earlier, they are free or and open source. And they allow us to create these visuals without needing to be graphic designers or programmers. So tools like Excel, Flourish, Canva, Data Wrapper, Power BI, and Raw Graphs each have their strengths. And if we look at Excel, it remains a solid choice for quick chats, and also softwares like Canva and Data Wrapper are also user-friendly for infographics, and Flourish. If you look at it, you will see that it it helps to build interactive dashboards. So the key here would be to try out a few of these, as I've mentioned that some of them are free and open, and find out what suits your data. And always remember, when you are trying to visualize your data, to answer that question of what is the purpose, or what is it that you are trying to show with the visual. So these are some of the data platforms that we you can try, and there are quite a number of them. But yeah, these are the ones that we could put here.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Sylvia, can you just say if you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. So I think I'm going to talk about qualitative data visualization. And we often think about data visualization as a quantitative exercise, but visualizing qualitative data is just as powerful, or it can be. It helps us reveal patterns that we might otherwise leave buried in the transcripts. It's not just for presentation, it also enhances the analytic process too. It helps us communicate findings clearly, and it can also support the collaboration. So we can use the visuals to support team-based or participatory analysis, making the findings more accessible. So what makes qualitative visualization different from quantitative? We're focusing on meaning, on relationships and narratives rather than the numbers. We want to preserve the context and the nuance that kind of qualitative data values so much. We're not dealing with variables and percentages. We're dealing with the meaning, the relationships, the stories. We want to keep that context, that voice, the nuance, and not strip it away in how we visualize the data. So it makes this technique or the choice that we choose, the technique choice, really important because we need the visuals to be able to illuminate and not oversimplify. Next slide. I'm just going to jump into the different types. So one of the most simple ones are the thematic maps, so concept maps. These help you think through the logic and relationships between codes or ideas. They visualize how you connect your themes. We use them during or after our coding, and they're best for theory building or structuring your themes. They can often be very messy, and that's okay because you want to be able to play around with it, and it helps you see the connections that you might otherwise miss as you're doing it. Again, it's useful both during our coding process and the theory building stage. Next slide. These are two examples. So on the left, you have your mind map, and on the right, you have the concept maps. The mind maps are a little bit more free-flowing. They're brainstorm-driven. You start with a central idea, and then you kind of radiate out from that, building on how your thinking or your process is going. Concept maps are a little bit more structured. They're great for defining relationships and building frameworks, but both of these are iterative. So you don't want to wait until your analysis is finished to use them. You can kind of use them in kind of together in alignment with your analysis, and you build on these as you go. Next slide. So for matrices and heat maps, matrices are great for comparing the different types of participants or groups that we have within the themes, and heat maps can often add these visual cues that show us where things or themes or people or groups are most prominent, but also where the gaps lie. They're especially useful for framework analysis or cross-case comparison. Next slide. Here, if we look at the one on the left, that's a heat map. On the one on the right is a matrix. The heat map, you can create these in Excel, and there's online software called MaxQDA that can help you build the matrices. You don't need fancy software. Excel works really well, especially if you're doing things in teams or you want to do a very quick, rapid analysis of your data. But you can have this software available that can automate some of this. But the logic is the same regardless of which software you use. You want to compare across the rows and the columns. So Boosie shared a quantitative heat map. So you can see how the qualitative heat map is different from that. So the quantitative heat map tells us where the numbers are the highest or the lowest. Typically, they're going to display numerical values, and each cell's color intensity is going to correspond directly to a numeric value. Qualitative heat maps help us to see where themes or patterns are strongest or weakest across our participants, our themes, or our cases or groups. They look similar, but they're kind of rooted in completely different kinds of data. So what they show is they compare themes, codes, or categories across these participants. And your cells are often going to be shaded to reflect either the presence or absence of a theme, the frequency, so how big or small your groups are within that theme, and then the relative strength and intensity. So is there a level of agreement or disagreement? Is there a level of maybe importance or non-significance in terms of what participants feel or how they rate a certain thing? But you're going to be kind of working with themes rather than numbers. A matrix is going to show which themes emerge across these groups. So you can see on the right-hand side, the squares are smaller or bigger depending on the size of the group, but you kind of see how the themes emerge and are spread out to kind of the distribution across groups. And darker or lighter shading can indicate either more frequency or it can indicate more agreement based on your kind of sentiment within the qualitative data. So the key characteristics are that this is going to be derived from your coded text data, so not from numbers. Both of these, the background kind of data, the backend data is going to be your coded textual data that you've analyzed. And you can then incorporate your interpretation into it. So if you're thinking about intensity of a theme, you're not going to do it in terms of a number, but it's rather your judgment as a researcher that you kind of impose onto this onto the data as an interpretation. And this is why it's so useful for framework analysis or comparison across different cases. Next slide. The next type of visualization we can use, and you're probably more familiar with this, are word clouds and code frequencies. So word clouds are great at grabbing attention, especially in presentations, or if you need to give feedback to communities or beneficiaries or participants. They give us very quick insight into the dominant language used. Remember, they don't show frequency, so they show frequency, but they don't show importance. So they'll show how often a specific term or word comes up in your data, but it doesn't give you an indication of how important that word is or the level of meaning that it has within the data. We want to use these word clouds early to get a sense of the dominant language, the way people describe or talk about things, and then follow on with a deeper analysis as we go. The code frequencies, they show which ideas come up most often. So if you use both side by side, word clouds and code frequencies, you can kind of contrast snapshot versus depth. Again, they're best for presentations, really the sort of initial scans of your data and audience engagement. Next slide. This is an example of a word cloud. You're probably very familiar with this. And then I've just got a couple of examples of the software like Mentimeter, Edwardle, word clouds, word art. A lot of them are free online software that you can use to generate these word clouds. Next. And then this is an example of a code frequency chart. So this is going to be quantitative when we have the numbers, when it's based on backend numerical data. But when we're using automatic kind of coded textual data, we want to be able to quickly show the dominant topics, which issues matter most across the groups. And we can also use these they're very useful when we have mixed method data. So when we have qualitative and quantitative data and we want to bridge the two, the code frequencies are quite useful for that. It's also really good for policy reports and funders because people like to see which issues are dominant in those types of material or output. Next slide. The next sort of group of qualitative data visualization categories are storyboards, diagrams, or data poems. So these are rich in, it's a rich creative method that helps us convey meaning and emotion. We use it a lot in participatory or arts-based research. The options that you have are maybe photo voice, visual quote collages, or storyboarding. And it's best used for youth research, advocacy, or community feedback. They're really powerful when you want to center the participant voices and their emotions. Photo voice and visual quotes are especially useful when we're working with young people. And they may not be systematic, but they can be very meaningful, especially when we have to feed back to different types of audiences who are not maybe well versed in the technical language in your subject or your theme. They're creative, expressive, they're narrative driven. So you have to be using your data coded into themes and use that to build these storyboards. And they go beyond the kind of traditional analysis. It prioritizes the emotion and the lived experience of participants. And oftentimes you can use this, you can kind of co-create these with participants. They're especially useful for community-based or advocacy projects. Next slide. I think if we think of this as a process of how we develop these storyboards, we want to think of it as a visual narrative or a series of panels and images that walk us through that lived experience or event and how that might change over time. So we'll have drawings or quotes or timelines, and you use that to reconstruct your participant story in their own words and visuals. So how we want to do this is kind of have some kind of structure underneath it. And this is an idea of how you could do it. So when you think of your components of your data story, you want to be able to express the narrative, the structure, and then the visualization component of that storyboard. So for the narrative, we want to look at who is the audience that we want to share this with. That's going to be important in terms of how you put together what you want to tell. What are the insights? So what are the significant themes that are surfacing? What are the specific insights that you want to share? And then what's the objective of the storyboard or the data story? The structure, we're looking at which elements we want to put in, which what are the building blocks of that theme and that story that's coming out? And then how do you surface the dominant ideas, but also how do you include some of the dissenting views or the weaker narratives to just highlight that there are gaps or differences between what people are feeling and expressing. So something like this helps you kind of build your storyboard so that there is kind of a cohesiveness to it when you're sharing it as a data visualization. I want to just show you an example, Sylvia, if I can share my screen. This is an example of an online storyboarding platform. It's called Storyboard That. There's a free version with some limitations, and then you can pay for different membership options. But if we look at something like this is what a storyboard looks like. What's interesting about storyboarding is that you can use it both as a method of data collection and a method of data analysis and visualization. So for example, this would be a data collection method. So you'd have an empty storyboard with the empty bubbles, and your participants would be able to fill those in with what they or how they've experienced a specific phenomenon, or for example, something like this could be used to express their experiences of the COVID pandemic. And having your participants fill in these bubbles is a method of collecting data around maybe the sequences, their feelings, or the spatial dynamics, depending on how you build your storyboard. So you'd ask participants maybe to draw out scenes of their own or moments that have been kind of significant to them in specific settings, maybe a hospital setting or in a police station. Once you have maybe storyboards from different participants, you can then take that into your analysis process. So the researchers can work together to analyze the different storyboards and create summary narratives around them or journey maps by analyzing and coding the storyboards, integrating the different kind of themes. And then you create kind of a coherent visual synthesis of the different storyboards. So storyboarding isn't just an end product, it's also a very powerful way of generating data. And using the same technique, it can help kind of gather your data to listen better, but also to tell the stories better. Thanks, Sylvia. We can go back to the presentation. And then the last one I'll talk about is the data poem. So this is, it's a kind of poetic representation of participant quotes. This is more researcher driven. So you would have your qualitative data, your textual data, and you would analyze it, code it. But how you kind of use this in a data visualization way is to generate poetic representations of the participant quotes organized around a theme. So there's a lot of kind of training. The kind of poetic inquiry research methodology is becoming more and more well used. There's trainings out on that, just as Photo Voice has been. So you can go through some of those trainings and really learn how to take your participant quotes and develop them into poems or poetic representations. So you could have a standard poem from your data, or you could have one that's very highly visual. So something like this, where the actual element of the visual presentation represents a theme. Like we see the one right on the left is about a mouse's tail, and it mirrors the shape of that tail. But it shows kind of the voice, rhythm, emotion in a way that maybe a formal summary or formal looking poem couldn't do. And often these are generated, co-created between researchers and participants, especially in cases where you are using poetic inquiry as a way of collecting data. Maybe there's a therapeutic element to it, especially in settings where researchers are dealing with highly sensitive subjects or traumatic issues. This can be really therapeutic. So data poems allow us to bring that voice and emotion into your findings, not just to say or to show what was said, but to show how it was felt. This is really useful for mental health research, trauma research, participatory advocacy, decolonial methods. It helps center the participant agency and voice. It makes your findings more relatable to different communities and non-academic audiences. It also bridges the gap between that analysis and impact, especially if you add in that therapeutic element. And you can use it in your reports, your exhibitions, your workshops, and your policy briefs. I think with a lot of these data visualization techniques for qualitative data, you can kind of see how you might have different output settings. So rather than a panel discussion or conference setting, which is a little bit more formalized, you could have an exhibition or you could have workshops. And these techniques and visualizations work really well. Next slide, the last slide. So what I've done here is just summarize all of the data visualization options for qualitative data into this table. So this is kind of like a cheat sheet. It matches the techniques with the tools that support them. What we need to remember is that each of the methods has strengths and cautions, and the goal is to choose based on your purpose and your audience. Often we use a combination, so we can use NVivo for coding, Miro for mapping, Excel for the matrices, and that's okay. So to choose the specific, like Andrea was saying, you choose the one that maybe is easy, has an easy interface, one that works really well for you, one that does the best job at that specific type of visualization you want to create. But if we think about kind of everything that we've kind of gone over in the qualitative space, what we want to emphasize is that shift from coding to communicating. So we want to go from kind of our internal understanding of the data to communicating that for an external impact. And each of the kind of techniques we have help us move from that raw meaning to a structured story that other people can grasp and feel and understand. So in qualitative research, we often stop at themes, but when we visualize that, we can help put into perspective what those themes mean and why they matter. So this does show that there's a lot of flexibility. So one tool can have many functions. It also helps us kind of demystify the technology. I think people feel that you wouldn't necessarily need a tool for every stage, but you can be much more flexible in how you approach this and really use what works for you. The other kind of important thing to remember is that with qualitative data visualization, it's not linear. It's an iterative process. So you might have to kind of organize this into neat categories here, kind of narrative, structure, visualization. But in practice, you're going to go through these stages in loops. You might visualize early, so it helps you explore insights, and then you refine your narrative later. But it's very iterative, and you can go backwards and forwards. The important thing is to think about who the visual is for. So is it for your research team? Is it for you? Is it to get a sense of the complex data? And then sometimes it's for your audience, whether that's a policymaker, community group, or research funder. And that's going to drive your decisions around which you choose and what you use. We want to also encourage pairing your visuals with narrative quotes. So the visualizations are strong with the patterns, but the quotes can often bring in a powerful kind of message for the voice. So you can pair a lot of these with the quotes, which is kind of conventional in qualitative research. And then finally, just to say that this is less of a menu and more of a map. So it should help you navigate how you move from insight into impact in your qualitative work. And you don't have to use everything, but when you do use it, you should be choosing it intentionally, thinking about your story, your structure, and your audience. And that's going to help you elevate your research. So in qualitative research, the visualization is not just about presenting your findings, but it's really embedded in how we generate them and interpret them. So your visual method can be used at many different points within your research cycle. It just has to be done deliberately. And I'll stop there. Thank you.
So we wanted to end off with just a brief overview of AI and data visualization. Like I said, or Sylvia said earlier, most data software now comes with an AI plugin or is enhanced by AI. And we are using AI more and more as researchers. It saves time by automating chart generation from raw data. It can suggest the optimal charts that you would like to use based on your research goals and the data structure. And it enhances your insights through pattern detection and visual summarization, especially the AI enhancements on Atlas TI, for example. It can also help you improve accessibility for non-technical research. So how to simplify your message. You can have a conversation with ChatGPT for. In the next slide, so how do you use the AI tools? You can upload or paste data, an Excel table or Word table, into tools like ChatGPT, Tableau AI, Power BI, Copilot, Chart Expo, or Flourish. And you don't have to use technical language, and that's another advantage. So you can use natural language prompts. So visualize trends in whatever you're studying. So here we've used graduate mobility over time. And then you can have a conversation to revise or regenerate the charts based on feedback. This is often limited in free versions, though. And you're able to export the reports, the presentations, and the publications. So here's an example. Here is a table of which is a class. And you can see I have student numbers and not names because it is very bad practice and unethical, actually, to upload any identifiable information onto cloud-based AI large language models such as ChatGPT, Claude, Perplexity. You must always upload if you're going to use a de-identified data. And this also applies to transcripts that you've collected from qualitative data. So here we have the students, their self-identified gender, age, and then what they scored in maths, English, and science. So I cut and paste this graph into ChatGPT. And the prompt that I used was, please calculate, I'm not sure you have to say please, but if the robots take over, at least they'll remember I was nice to them. So please calculate the average maths and science, English and science scores by gender from this table. Visualize the average scores by gender. So I'm asking it to do two things. First, the average scores by gender, and then to visualize it. So the output is on the next slide. And it's a nice-ish looking graph. It's calculated the average scores, and we can see that in general, females score higher than males across the subjects. And it's not the best colors, but you can always have a conversation with ChatGPT to say, use these colors or this color scheme, remove the axes or the grid lines. You can add in elements or take away elements in your conversation with ChatGPT. But it does give you a very quick way of visualizing your data. Next slide, Sylvia. If you've attended any of the other sessions that I presented at, this will be the third time that I'm presenting this slide, but it is important. And the best practice for using AI for data visualization, always validate and review and cross-check any AI-generated analysis. ChatGPT seems to have a problem with text. It will often misspell things. And at first glance, you won't see the errors, but you need to pay close attention to, especially the spelling, whether the calculations it did was correct. As I said before, do not upload identifiable data and transcripts onto AI platforms. This is a violation in South Africa of the Personal Protection of Personal Information Act. And other international legislation. Disclose whether you've used AI in your methodology or your acknowledgements to say this software was used to generate the graphs. However, all conceptualization is that of the authors. Try to use ethically approved tools that do have some data security. But if you're using de-identified data, that's the best practice. And as always, avoid over-reliance. AI is a support tool. It is not a replacement for your critical thinking and your scholarly judgment as academics. We have not timed ourselves well, so we have 10 minutes left. We're going to skip the exercise. Mandisa, I don't know if we should maybe see if there are questions, answer the questions, and if there's time, we will do a quiz. But I'd rather get questions from the participants and open up discussion, if that's okay.
Yes, thank you, Andrea. I think we can go straight into questions, seeing that we have about 12 minutes of time remaining.
Lindy, are there any questions you can see? So there was one in the Q&A that's for Sarah. How can one use a storyboard among a non-literate population and in a study that can evoke emotions such as gender-based violence?
Thanks, Andrea.
That was the question.
I think that was from is it Judith.
Judith.
Yeah, so you can use it with non-literate participants and with younger children. So if there's a research project or for children who maybe don't have the grasp of language, there's ways to use it if you use it visually, using symbols, drawings, or sequences. So, for example, you set up like a framework to say this is green, yellow, red, green, and it could represent levels of danger if we're thinking about gender-based violence, and places, and green, safety. So you have your storyboarding or your diagrams and you let people draw rather than write. And then they could use stickers or colors to represent where they feel safe, where they feel danger. It could be the colors represent maybe levels of importance. How important do you think this is? But you use your symbols and your drawings, but you code it so that you're using that instead of words. What also helps in those settings is to have facilitation. So you have kind of someone working with the participant to kind of explain. So almost a trauma-informed facilitation of that storyboarding process to get the drawings and symbols into some text. Yeah, so that also works well, but it's definitely a tool that can be used without textual language.
Do we have any other questions?
No, Andrew, there is Anel is saying, how do we label the chart visuals, data, and tables in a thesis? Is it all at the top or at the bottom of the data?
So this is one of those things where it is a stylistic choice. If your university has a particular style that they follow, I prefer labels at the top, so you know what you're looking at. But I have seen other styles where it is at the bottom. The most important in choosing whether to have it at the top or the bottom is that you're consistent in it. So yeah, I would just say first find out if there's a style guide, and then whatever you choose, whatever you choose, just be consistent.
All right. Thank you, Andrea. Can I just find out if the presentation has been concluded and that there's nothing more?
Yeah, I think we will skip the quiz because that would take more than the 10 minutes that we have.
All right, it's not a problem. So thank you very much to all the presenters for such an informative and practical session. I think when I joined the presentation today, I thought that visuals were primarily for quantitative research rather. And I really have not in the past used visuals for qualitative research. And I think just my takeaways from this presentation is that it's important to first think about the audience that you're presenting the data visuals to so that you can decide on the types of visuals to adopt. Of course, considering things like color and contrast and the make. Thank you again, colleagues, for sharing the platforms that we can use to access these different data visuals. And I think it's interesting that we have so many options because I think for people like myself in the qualitative field, I'm much more familiar with pie charts and bar graphs and so on, never really looked at anything outside of that. So from being in the session today, I really have been able to get exposed to the different visuals that we can use in presenting our data. And I thoroughly enjoy the guidance on how to read different visuals and actually understand them, because sometimes it's not just a matter of having it there. It's very important for you to be able to unpack what it means and what it's actually trying to communicate. So thank you again to the presenters. I still do not see further questions in the chat. I don't know from participants if there's anyone who'd like to say anything, maybe a question or a comment.
Yes, Mandisa, there is, I think Sarah answered it. The question was asking if there are boundaries between visuals used for qualitative and quantitative data.
Sarah, do you just want to go over what you put in?
Sure. Yeah. So I think the response was yes, there are boundaries between them, but they're becoming increasingly fluid. Traditionally, the two types of data have distinct kind of styles that reflect the data type, purpose, and audience expectations, like what you want to see. But then in practice, there's a lot of overlap, especially when you're having increasingly, we do have mixed methods research or storytelling. So quantitative visuals, we want to measure the world, but qualitative, we want to kind of make meaning from it. So that's kind of what should drive, but the boundaries are fluid.
And I just want to, like, an important point is, I do find that there's sometimes pressure on qualitative researchers to quantify their data. And we should try to stay away from that because, as Sarah said, we're looking for depth of meaning. We're not looking to count anything. So always try to stay away from, counting up the themes and drawing a bar graph and quantifying your qualitative data.
All right. Thank you so much, colleagues, for the responses. In the absence of further questions, can I take this opportunity to encourage our participants today to please fill out the evaluation form, which I feel will be quite meaningful for the team to ensure that we have even more impactful sessions in the future. As previously said, I thoroughly enjoyed the session and I'm sure others did as well. If there is nothing else, Andrea, can we end the session?
Sure. Thanks so much, Mandisa. Thanks everyone for attending.
All right. Thank you everyone for attending. There's a hand. Yes, Chumakazi.
I think it's just a clapping.
Oh, it's a clap. Oh, all right. Thank you everyone and do enjoy the rest of your day and other sessions to follow.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Hi, Amy. I just want to see that I'm audible.
Hi, Shanaz. Yes, you are.
Okay. I also just want to test my video, if that's fine. Just tell me if I'm clear.
Sure.
Is the background looking right, Amy?
Sorry.
Is the background looking fine?
Yeah, hi Shanash. Yes, everything is
Oh,
perfect.
I can't see you. Oh, I'm in the wrong. Okay, yeah, that's
No, I
fine.
can
Let
see.
me
I
let
can.
me check.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Is my
everything is
background
Yeah.
the wrong way? Oh,
no, it's
okay.
the correct way.
Mine
Okay.
also, I thought mine looks the wrong way. Good afternoon.
Good
Uh,
afternoon.
good
Good
afternoon.
I
Yeah.
don't know why
Afternoon.
my volume is low this side. I can't hear.
Is it? Okay.
Petronella, I want to try and share screen. Okay.
Okay.
Did you see mine when I
Yes,
shared?
yes, I
I
Okay.
saw. Yes, I
I
did.
did. I did, Amy.
Okay.
Okay.
Are
Both
you seeing?
the slides
Yeah.
and this data.
Yeah. It must just be in presentation mode.
Like this, Petronella?
No, yeah, click. Yeah.
Is that
Yes.
fine?
Yes, that's fine. That's
Okay, and
perfect.
then
Maybe
also,
just quickly put your video on. Let me just quickly see.
are we good?
Yes, 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 like, and then presentation mode.
Yeah. Is it fine, right?
And just on presentation mode.
Oh, in presentation mode.
Yeah.
Sorry, video keeps going off.
Yes, yes. Maybe it's taking. Yeah, perfect like that.
Good. Okay.
Yes,
Petronella, I might, depending on my bandwidth, I might switch video on and off because I don't want to lose connectivity. Is that fine?
That is in order. That's fine.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Shanash, you will control from your side, right?
For the first hour, I will take control of the slides, and then for the second hour, Amy will take control from her side.
Yeah, and we will have the Q&A between you and Amy.
That's fine.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Now, I
If
just want
you,
to,
that's
excuse me.
fine. It's okay. If you need also to raise questions as we go along, just so nobody gets lost, that's okay as well. Amy and
Yeah.
I will do our best to respond to them on the go.
Yes, yes. I'll ask Kukanyela to just monitor the chat and then, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if participants ask questions along the way, I will also take note of that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Polokwane, Kimberly, Pretoria. Jackie, got a nice spread of people here. Zimbabwe. It should be an overcast Cape Town. I don't wish it. Uganda. Johannesburg. Ethiopia. Sudan.
Wow.
Nigeria. Mozambique. Donald Trump's land. Hey, from the ocean. Who are you? Lady Smith. London. Yeah, well, thanks everyone for popping in the chat and for telling us where you're coming from. It's nice to see such a diverse group in the room. I think it's going to make for a nice discussion as we go forward. And what I'm taking recording in progress for us to, kind of, have nice engagements as we go forward. So thanks for joining us. It is 2 o'clock now. I'm going to start the session now. Jackie, if that's okay. Sure you're ready. So just in terms of who I am, I'm Candice Finot. I'm a Chief Research Specialist here at HSRC. I'm going to be chairing the session today.
Chanel?
And you're all welcome to the session with 2 other individuals within the session. Of course, we've got
Petronella?
Dr. Jacqueline Ali, who's going to be leading the session, but we also have Gerald, who's already introduced himself in the chat. Gerald is our technical facilitator for the session.
Yes.
Or we might engage with you as well in the chat coming forward. So today's session is about
Shanat, it seems like we are overlapping with another channel. Kukanyile, I'm not sure who's in the session for IT. It seems like it's sorted now. Are you able to hear me, Dr. Khan?
Yes.
It's all clear now. I think you were
Yeah, now.
overlapping with Jackie's session.
Yeah.
People are still entering. If we can maybe just give it another 2 minutes, then we can open recording in session. Yeah, Kukanyela, will you please just admit the colleagues that are still entering? Then I can start with, so we can be on time. So welcome everybody. Apologies for the technical error that was happening. We were overlapping with track A, but this is track B, the cross-sectional data analysis. I am Petronella Sal. I will be chairing today's session. With me is Kukanyile, the technical facilitator. Please feel free to write in the chat where you are, where you're from. Today we are blessed to have 2 very highly doctors with us. I'm going to start with Dr. Shanaz. She will be the presenting first for us on the cross-sectional data analysis. She is a research specialist from the HSRC. She has more than a decade of experience in research and academia. She has expertise in survey data design, management, and analysis. Shanaz gained her PhD in population studies from the University of KwaZulu-Natal in 2022. Before joining the HSRC, she served as a research manager for the DSI NRF South African Research Chair Initiative in Economic Development at UKZN. Over the course of her career, she completed several local and international training programs aimed at enhancing analytical capabilities, particularly in the application of cross-sectional as well as longitudinal survey methods. Dr. Dun's expertise is demonstrated through her extensive body of multidisciplinary work situated within the human sciences and as well as the social sciences. She have published in various journals. She published various book chapters, policy briefs, and research reports. She will be starting the first section, but please also allow me to introduce Dr. Amy Khan. She'll take over the second session of today's presentation. And Dr. Khan is a research specialist also at the HSRC, and she is currently leading the South African Business Innovation Survey. Before joining the HSRC, may I please just ask that the participants keep their videos off for bandwidth purposes. Apologies, Dr. Khan. Before joining the HSRC, she completed her doctorate in economics at the University of Cape Town. She also worked for several years in the design and implementation of large-scale socio-economic surveys in East Africa and South Africa. Her work focused on innovation in the South African business sector, skills sector. She also focused on basic and higher education, labor markets, and survey methodology. She also published in local and international journals in her subject areas, and she's using advanced statistical techniques. In her current role, Dr. Amy works closely with the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation and produces policy briefs in the innovation fields. With that, I would like to welcome you, Dr. Dan and Dr. Khan, and thank you very much for today's presentation. I would also like to welcome the participants. I hope you will gain valuable insights. Today's the outcomes, just very brief. The three main outcomes of today's presentation will be to be able to describe cross-sectional research design, apply appropriate statistical methods. Even though Dr. Khan is well-oiled in statistical methods, we will not be employing very, very advanced statistical methods in today's course, and you will be able to interpret and critically engage with cross-sectional data. Just two few house rules. Dr. Shanaz will start off with a presentation while a camera is on, but for bandwidth purposes, we will focus on the presentation. Please feel free to write any questions that you may have in the chat. If there's urgent pressing questions that need to stop, you can raise your hand and we will ask Dr. Shanaz or Dr. Amy to address those questions. And you can also put them in the chat and we will have a break between the two sessions to quickly address the questions before we move on to the next question. Dr. Shanaz, thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Petronella, for that very lovely welcome, and welcome to all our attendees as well. I hope that I am audible and clear, and I hope this to be a very informative and engaging session for everyone. So we're going to get right into the nuts and bolts of this presentation. Right, as our chair, Petronella, has advised you, these are the objectives of today's presentation. And just to remind you, the intention is to know how to use descriptive statistics, cross-tabulations, and more specifically, just a brief insight to an statistical software, namely Stata. So the purpose of why we are here, what is this cross-sectional research, right? So in a nutshell, it involves collecting data at one point in time from a sample or from a population. So cross-sectional basically refers to the timing of data collection, not necessarily the type. So while cross-sectional research is most commonly associated with quantitative methods, which is the basis for this session and today's presentation, it can also be qualitative or mixed methods. So when we think of cross-sectional quantitative, it's more structured, numeric numbers. But if it's qualitative, it's more descriptive and thematic. So it's usually useful for exploring how or why people think, feel, or act a certain way in a given moment. So it provides a snapshot of different variables of interest. These variables can be demographics, attitudes, behaviors. So as I said, for the purposes of this session, we will mostly focus on cross-sectional data from a quantitative perspective. Quantitative is more systematic in investigating and collecting and analyzing numerical data to understand different patterns, relationships, trends, right, at different points in time. It's again commonly used to measure variables, test hypotheses, and also make generalizations about a population. And later on, we'll go briefly into weighting so we can understand how generalizations are made about a larger population. Cross-sectional data is commonly used in surveys, opinion polls, market research, and public health studies. So for all of us here today, at some point, we may or may have not been exposed to some form of cross-sectional research. Maybe you've seen statistics in the media or even on social media about a percentage or proportion of people who are interested in or value a certain aspect. The aim of cross-sectional research is to explore people's experiences, their perceptions, their meanings within a specific context in that specific moment. So the purpose of cross-sectional research in quantitative research is to describe the characteristics of a population at any given time. Often a snapshot of demographics, social factors, economic factors, different variables. It can also be health-related. It helps to identify how widespread a condition or behavior or belief or an attitude may be. It helps us to examine relationships between different variables by identifying associations or correlations. For example, if you are interested in a specific attitude by behavior or by gender, cross-sectional research is best suited to give you this information. It also helps you formulate hypotheses or identify patterns and trends because the data from cross-sectional research can generate insights that you can use for now, but also for future studies if you want to replicate or for comparability purposes. It's also useful if you think about research that you are engaged in. It can help you spot disparities or emerging issues or something of interest. It's also useful for answering what is happening now rather than what will happen or what caused this. So, unlike longitudinal studies, which ask how will this change over time, which is different to cross-sectional research, cross-sectional studies are designed to capture this moment. So I keep emphasizing that just to give you an understanding that it's the now that cross-sectional research or that specific point in time that we get information on. So if you think about your own research that you may be engaged in, whether it's work-related, studies-related, or just interest that you are pursuing, there are many different examples of cross-sectional research. If you want to share examples, please feel free to put it in the chat, but I've also put forth a few examples. Yeah, for example, a public opinion survey. So the example is maybe surveying 1,000 people to assess their support for climate change policies. A health-related topic means we could collect data from adults in a city to maybe measure the prevalence of certain health ailments such as diabetes and the associated risk factors. In the educational sector, we could survey high school students or even university students, because there's also that very sensitive matter of informed consent that must be administered to the guardian of any participant who is younger than 18 years of age. So maybe you want to explore students' different academic levels or interest in different institutions. There's workplace research where you could study employee job satisfaction. There's consumer behavior analysis where you could explore different polls of households to understand maybe just something basic like their preferred grocery shopping list or methods. There's also social attitude study, and we'll get into the South African social attitude study as the second session of this presentation, where you could explore measuring public's attitudes towards gender roles in specific topics of interest. There's technology use at a snapshot, for example, assessing mobile phone ownership and usage across different age groups. And there's also income and housing conditions where you can collect data on income levels and the quality of housing in different areas, for example, urban versus rural areas. So as you can see this is not an exhaustive list. This is just a few examples. There's many different research areas that you can venture into when doing cross-sectional research analysis. So when and why to use cross-sectional research? Usually when the research question focuses on current conditions or differences across groups, then it becomes ideal for answering questions like, what is the current level of support, or what was that current level of support in a specific year? For example, how does education levels differ between urban and rural communities at a specific point in time, maybe 2025 or 2015? It focuses on what exists now. Why also cross-sectional research? It's because it's fairly cost effective. It can be done in a short space of time, especially if the data is collected all at once. And generally, it's more affordable than longitudinal or experimental designs. Especially, it becomes useful in time-sensitive contexts, such as think about our national elections, think about a health-related outbreak such as the COVID-19 pandemic. So when studying large populations with limited time or resources, cross-sectional research in the form of surveys can reach broad, nationally representative samples during data collection by using structured tools like questionnaires or online forms. And, some of us may be very aware of Google Forms that is used to complete certain studies. Maybe you have a friend or a colleague who's engaged in research, and the most easily or accessible tool to quantitatively answer some questions is a Google document or form. So when tracking individuals over time is not feasible, like a longitudinal study, then cross-sectional design is most feasible to adopt, because it focuses on a one-time measurement. It's also best used when you don't need to follow changes over time or establish a cause and effect. So cross-sectional analysis is usually descriptive. It can be exploratory, but not necessarily used for testing causality. You can observe through different statistical tests, obviously associations or differences. However, there's no means of determining which variable came first. You might also find that if you choose a cross-sectional design, when your goal is to observe or compare or describe at a specific point of time, then it's more feasible, more time efficient, and more cost efficient for you to explore or execute. So I know I've spoken about some of the strengths of cross-sectional research, but I'm also just going to go through them again. So quick, easy, relatively inexpensive to conduct. Data is collected at just one point in time, making it faster than tracking specific individuals over time. Dependent on circumstances, can use fewer resources and less time needed, which is usually ideal for many of us who are students and don't have the resources or the capacity to reach large numbers of people. It's also perfect for exploring new topics before investing in a more complex study. For new and emerging researchers who manage to secure a grant, it's a good way of using data as a baseline for future research. It also allows for large, diverse samples. So because it's faster and cheaper, us researchers can often include more participants from diverse backgrounds. It's useful in helping compare different groups like age, gender, race, region, which are so important in the South African context because of our diversity. It's also useful for identifying associations between variables, so helping us spot patterns or links, for example, income versus health versus education and employment. And these associations that we might want to test can guide further research or even help inform policy or program decisions. What's also nice about cross-sectional research is that it can be repeated regular to monitor change over time. So even though a single study can capture one moment, doing the same study over an extended period or regular can allow you to track patterns or trends. For example, annual surveys such as the South African Social Attitude Survey or the Afrobarometer, which helps us to see how public opinion or trust in the government or health behavior changes over time. So with that mouthful in a nutshell, cross-sectional research is flexible, it's efficient, it's a powerful tool for describing populations, comparing groups, and spotting important patterns, especially when you are time and resource constrained. But there are also limitations. You cannot uniquely establish causality because the data is collected at one point in time. So can show associations, but not necessarily cause an effect. You can see how two variables are related, but you can't necessarily see which variable came first. Just because two things are linked doesn't mean that one causes the other. There can be some association. For example, if I had to think of a very simple example, people who exercise more may be happier, but we don't know if exercise leads to happiness or if happier people just exercise more. Just a very simple example. It often reflects a single time point, which might miss longer term trends. And I think this is the benefits of longitudinal data. So since data is collected at one point in time, you can't check the same people over an extended period of time. There could be some limited use in testing interventions. Also, it becomes unclear if the independent variable occurred before or after the dependent variable, but you have to map out your different types of variables very clearly. And then you also have the risk of sampling bias. For example, if the sample is not truly representative, and we get into sampling and weighting a bit later on, then the results might be misleading or they will not be generalizable. Okay. So respondent bias often relies on, so when you're using a survey, sometimes you often rely on self-reported data, and this can be influenced by social desirability, recall bias, or just misunderstanding of questions. So these are just some of the limitations of cross-sectional research. Okay, so how does cross-sectional analysis differ? So the key difference with cross-sectional research is it gives a description and a comparison at one point in time. Longitudinal change over multiple points in time, and experimental involves testing cause and effect between different variables. So if you see to the right, just the diagram, it gives you just like just a very brief picture of the different types of research. So cross-sectional, one point in time, longitudinal over an extended period of time with the same individuals, and then experimental, which affects which and what is the outcome. So when doing any type of analysis, especially cross-sectional data analysis, we need to know different types of variables that are used. And I know some of you already have a clear understanding of the different types of variables. So I'm going to go through this very briefly, right? So our nominal data represents categories or names that have basically no order or no ranking. For example, gender, which is male or female, marital status, you're either married, single, or divorced, right? Ordinal variables represents categories, but with a meaningful order or ranking between them. So in this case, low, medium, high. You can also think of education level, primary, secondary, tertiary. You can think of socioeconomic status as an ordinal variable, low, medium, high socioeconomic status, or even satisfaction, ranging from very satisfied to very dissatisfied. Discrete variables, I also call countable variables, consists of very distinct separate values. So there are specific values. For example, the number of children, you either have 0, 1, 2, 3, etc. The number of cars in a household, the number of survey responses in a data set. There's also continuous variables, which can take any value within a given range. So measurements, think of height, weight, temperature. So with the different type of variables, when we are analyzing this cross-sectionally, there are different ways to graphically present your output. And it's always best to choose the right graph to make your data more understandable and more impactful to your audience. Many of us may have seen, whether in our own research, whether on the news channel or even on social media, some form of graphical presentation of data. So we have bar charts, most commonly used for categorical variables, histograms, most commonly used for continuous variables. We have scatter plots, used for relationship generally between two continuous variables. So we can think about maybe weight and height, or age and height. And there's also box plots for distributions and outliers. Box plots are more unique and are more embedded in the sciences research output. So we'll be most likely to see ranked bar charts from high to low for different categories, and sometimes histograms to show a continuous variable. Okay, so this is also just another graphical presentation of a histogram versus a bar graph. As we can see, histograms, continuous variables we do not rank histograms. However, for bar charts, if you have categories and you want to rank them from high to low, you can do so, especially if they are very distinct categories and you want to show some sort of pattern or change. So there are different types of data generated when you're using cross-sectional research. The one that's most common is descriptive data, which includes very basic background information, such as anything that can be collected at a single point in time to help profile your sample population. So if you think of demographics, we think of age, race, education, marital status, residence, type of geographic location. At the household level, it could be household size, number of children, the type of dwelling. The purpose of descriptive data is just to describe from a demographic perspective who the respondents or who your sample is. There could also be attitudinal or behavioral data generated. This captures your opinions, your values, perceptions, your intentions, your actions. I'm not going to name a shopping list of it, but it's just to basically offer you insight into the public sentiment about a specific behavior or opinion or sentiment at the time of data collection. Just to give you a few examples, if you think of attitudinal, let's think about the beliefs about government, trust in institutions, social values, political opinions, preferences. If we think of behavioral data, think of self-reported actions such as voting. How often do you vote? Who do you vote for? Actual behaviors that are observed or reported. You can think of even something simple as public transport use or social media consumption. Then there's...
Apologies, Shanaaz. Just to give you a little bit of a water break, we have one question in the chat. Folashade asks, apologies for your name if I called it wrong, asks, can cross-sectional research be carried out with participatory approach in a single research work?
Petronella, please.
Yes.
I didn't get the last part.
He asked, can cross-sectional research be carried out with participatory approach in a single research work?
Okay, I hear you. So yes, a cross-sectional study can be carried out using a participatory research approach. Why? Because participatory research involves people being studied in the design, implementation, and interpretation of research, as I understand it, right? And then cross-sectional study collects data at one point in time to analyze a population or a population at a single point in time, right? So it can be done, but there are some challenges. Maybe more time and coordination may require building rapport or mutual trust with your population of interest, just to name a few. I don't know if you want to maybe add to that, Amy?
No, I think you've got the gist of it. I think, yeah, they are quite different. Yeah, you need to think about how to integrate the participatory approach into sort of the survey work. But I can't think of an example, but it can be done.
It can be done. It can be done. So if you think about maybe a study on community health, right? Traditionally, you would want to get researchers to create a tool on health-related topics to collect data from a specific community, whereas a participatory approach or research, the residents have to, not the residents, the community has to be more engaged with designing the tool, identifying the concerns. They may also be best suited for data collection and not necessarily data analysis, but interpreting the data, especially if it's embedded in some sort of like a local or a very unique context. I hope that answers the question. May I proceed, Petronella?
Yes, Amy, you may. Shanash, you may. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, yes. So what are some of the appropriate statistical methods or tests to use? So I've mentioned some of our basic descriptives, but also just to name a few. There's the 3 M's, the mean, median, mode, mean being the average, median, I always call it the middlemost value when the data is sorted out, and the mode, which is the most frequent value, right? There's also measures of dispersion if you want to see spread. So there's a range where you can see difference between the highest and the lowest. There's variance where you can average between the mean, the spread. And then there's also more statistical tests related to standard deviation and interquartile range. So some of us who are quantitatively inclined may know some of these terms, but they are related to very basic descriptives of a data set. There's also cross tabulations if you want to know two variables of interest and what are their proportions to each other. There's also a t-test or an ANOVA, which gives you a mean score of the different variables involved. And there's also regression analysis, which allows you to test some sort of association between different variables and their significance. We've mentioned the variable types, nominal, which I said no order. There's ordinal, which has a meaningful order, and there's interval or ratio, which is also continuous, has numerical data with meaningful intervals. The regression analysis, there's different types of regression analysis. Most commonly used is the multivariate analysis when there are different types of variables involved. But when choosing the best statistical method for your data, it's always good to check what are your objectives of the study, what story are you trying to tell with the data, and how best to tell that story. Sometimes it doesn't have to be complex statistics. Sometimes basic statistics are good enough to tell the story about your data. Sometimes you need to use more advanced statistical analysis, such as regression analysis, just to give your audience or your readership some deeper insight into associations and significance between the different variables.
Apologies, Shanaz, while we are on the statistical analysis, one of the participants are asking, should you be an expert, a statistical expert, because cross-sectional data and this analysis is often a serious challenge in using cross-sectional data?
Okay, I'm going to try and interpret that question best possible, but if I'm not answering you, just rephrase it for me, right? In a nutshell, you do not need to be a statistical expert, but I would say that you need to understand the basis of cross-sectional data analysis and the basis of certain statistical methods. So if you have an understanding of basic statistics, then you are able to interpret outputs such as your descriptive statistics, your cross tabulations. However, if you want to do more complex analytical output, such as your regression, which may involve transforming your variables to test associations, then you might need a bit of an experienced eye to assist with that so that you, for one, correctly execute the correct statistical approach for what you're trying to do, and two, to most importantly, interpret that output correctly.
Okay. Okay. So are you allowed to outsource your data analysis, or maybe ask a more expert a statistician to complete your data analysis for you, should you struggle?
I think that's more that would have to be more subjective, and I think that is also like context specific as to where you are and what you are doing. For example, if you're in the workplace, I'd assume you'd have a team who are well versed in different areas of research, and then you'll rely on the more analytical colleagues to assist you with the data analysis and interpretation. In the education space, if you are a student, and this is just my opinion, I would think that you would go for some sort of statistical or data analysis training, and you can equip yourself with this. There's a lot of online courses to assist with this. So you can equip yourself so that you know how to interpret the data and how to use the baseline analytical tools or software for your output. But like I said, it's more of a it's more subjective, and I think it's more of a decision that has to be made in different contexts, whether it's work related or studies related.
Okay, thank you. You may continue.
Thank you. Okay. All righty. So yeah, I'm going to talk about data sets and data structure. So data structure is typically how the data looks in a file, right? So whether it's in an Excel file or where data is generally captured before being transferred into different statistical software. Usually you have rows and columns, right? So your columns would give you an indication of your different variables, and your rows will give you an indication of your different observations. Okay, so excuse me. In this instance, each row represents a different individual with different variables of interest that are captured, right? So just very basic, if you had to open any data set, whether it's in SPSS data or in Excel, then you know columns is for your variables and row is for each unique individuals' responses. There are different types of data sets. When you're exploring it, it's always good to just get a quick view of what are your different rows and your variables in the data set. So we have national studies, we have institutional data, you have open online source data. And I must stress this, a clean and well-structured data set is essential for valid analysis. Most of the time, I'd like to think that when you access national and international data, it's in a very presentable manner for the analyst. However, if it's your own data set, whether you're part of a student group or a small business or another industry, and you are given this data set to analyze, make sure that you familiarize yourself with the data. You look at the different columns, the different rows, look at how the data is captured, whether it's numerical, whether it's string, if there's missing data, and how this will help you. This will help to equip you to conduct some valid analysis. So sampling, why is sampling important? So sampling is basically collecting data from a subsection of a population of interest, because collecting data from the entire population, think about the almost 70 million people in South Africa, it's costly, impractical, and time-consuming. So sampling allows researchers to make informed conclusions based on a subset of the population. It helps us to ensure efficient use of resources while still maintaining statistical validity. So there is a statistical approach that you use when you are sampling your population of interest. So sampling helps you by focusing on a smaller group of people who you are interested in surveying or getting information from. It also enables you to make timely decisions, especially if you're involved in large-scale surveys. This is very brief about sampling, and it's always good for you to understand what is expected for your research in terms of who is your target population, how do you go about sampling them, and what is the best approach to ensure that your research is generalizable or captures your intended target population.
Apologies, Shanaz. What is the maximum sample size for a survey from the chat? A question from the chat.
Is it a nationally representative survey? Okay, so I think it depends on the type of survey and who is the study or the population, right?
Sorry, Shanaz, it's national.
Okay. So if it's national, it depends on your sampling frame, right? In a nutshell, there is no fixed maximum or ideal sample size, but there are standard statistical logics when you need to do a national sample. And this depends on if you want your sample generalizable to the South African public, then you might not necessarily use simple random samples. You'll have to stratify by whatever you would like to weight your data by, whether it's by geographic region, whether it's household, whether it's age, whether it's gender. So in a nutshell, there is no hard and fast rule that if you are doing a nationally representative survey, you need to have a specific number of respondents. But from my experience, generally, most nationally representative surveys that I have worked with personally use sample sizes between 1,000 and 5,000 respondents.
Dr. Dan, will you please also just touch on the minimum sample size, please? One participant states that they had a low response of 5 participants from a total of 30 questionnaires that they disseminated. So basically, what is the minimum size?
Shanaz, I can also come in after you.
Okay, go ahead, please. It's fine, Amy.
Okay, so just to stress, in terms of the minimum sample size or the required sample size, you would conduct a power calculation at the outset. And this involves a calculation using your a particular or your population size. So if you're doing a national survey, your population will be the full population of South Africa, Or if your survey is about women in South Africa, then your population would be the total number of women in South Africa. And then the power calculation would involve the population size and the sample size, and then your desired degree of your confidence, the confidence you want to have in your calculations, in your statistics. So it's very much determined on the confidence level that you want, and then your population size. And obviously, it depends on how much money you have as well to run the survey. But that's kind of identifies the cutoff or the minimum size. And then if you only have, if you want to do a sort of meaningful regression analysis, for example, I would say the minimum is sort of 30 observations, but ideally you'd want more than that. So if you only have responses of 5 participants, you won't be able to calculate anything meaningful from that. And then there was another question, could it be a minimum of 10%? It could be a minimum of 10%, but it really depends on the size of your target population and the sort of confidence level that you want. Hope that helps, but
Thank you, Amy. No, that's wonderful. So thank you so much for that. And I agree with you. There is the power calculation. There's also sample size formula. I know there's also a statistical tool. I think it's called Rayosoft that could be used for determining sample size. But also just to reiterate, it also depends on your margin of error and your confidence interval that you are aiming for in your study. And like Amy has said, you need to have enough cases to do a meaningful regression analysis. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Shanaz. Just for the sake of housekeeping, we've been incorporating the questions in your session, so there's about 10-15 minutes of your session left.
Okay, now perfect. I'm going to storm ahead. Okay, so back to sampling. How is sampling used? Define your target population clearly. Who are you sampling and why? What is the objectives for your study? Are they adults age 18 years and above? Are they minors? And be very mindful of consent, right? Choose a sampling method, whether it's random, stratified, clustered, simple, random sampling where every individual has an equal chance, as it's stratified where you're divided by subgroups, which also matters for the weighting process, and whether it's cluster sampling, whether it's groups or different sampled of individuals. Select a sample size that balances precision and feasibility. A larger sample generally leads to more precise estimates. Ideally, you want a desired level of confidence of 95% with an acceptable margin of error of plus minus 3%, but this is debatable as well. Ensure that your sample is representative to allow for generalization of findings. And then use weighting and adjustments where necessary to correct for sampling biases. So even with a good design, sampling can lead to imbalances due to non-response or unequal probabilities of selection. And then weighting corrects for these, but by assigning basically different importance or factors to different cases. Okay, using weights in the data. What are weights? There are adjustments applied to data to correct for sampling biases, right? Why do we use weights? To ensure that the data accurately reflects the population. There's different types of weights. There's your design weights, which corrects for unequal probabilities of selection. And there's your post-stratification weights, which adjust to match population distribution. Please always check that your data source has weights and if it recommends using weights for analysis because it does interpret how you present your data, whether you are presenting it from a percentage of respondents or a percentage of the national adult population. There's also different methods of data collection. There's CAPI, which most of us may be exposed to, which is computer-assisted personal interviewing. Generally, this is collected face-to-face by trained interviewers using digital devices like laptops in which the program is embedded in. There's computer-assisted telephone interviewing where basically it's a software where interviews are conducted via the telephone by trained interviewers. Advantages of this: faster, cheaper than face-to-face, right? However, there are also challenges like it will exclude interaction between interviewer and participant and might be time sensitive. There's self-completion, paper or online, whether it's a Google form or other forms of online tools, maybe SurveyMonkey. And then there's also administrative records, which is originally or generally collected by governments or institutions, sometimes not for research purposes, but more for service delivery, policy, and regulation, such as birth or death registration, tax records, school enrollment. Okay, as I am nearing the end of my section, I just want to give you some examples of cross-sectional studies that you can access and you can analyze for your own research purposes. So we have data ready at the HSRC for dissemination. Some of it is accessible to the public, some of it is not accessible to the public. This is the data sets that are available include longitudinal and cross-sectional data analysis. It's free for you to download, but there is a process for you to follow. Some of the data sets that are available are the South African Social Attitude Survey, or SASAS, the South African National HIV Prevalence, HIV Incidence, Behavior and Communication Survey, or SAPSIM, and the National Research and Experimental Development Survey, R&D Survey. So this is just to name a few. Where are we finding this data? If we go just to Google and we type in HSRC or the link that appears on the screen, it will take you to the HSRC website where the data portal is. In addition, there's the data help email address where our colleagues will assist you if there's a data set that you require, if it is publicly available for you. So very simply, find the data that you are looking for using keywords, request it through the necessary channels. When you are granted permission for the data, download it, use the data, and ensure that you correctly cite the data. So just very quickly, if you do a Google search for HSRC, if you go to our homepage, which is using the website link, you can go to our research and our data and click on our research data. Then you can click on view our research data, or you could use the hyperlink, which is the repository on Figshare. Then you can browse for the different data sets that you are interested in. Maybe you reviewed an article or you were doing some academic reading and you saw that there's a specific data set that the HSRC published on that you are interested on exploring further. You can search for that data set. There's also other nationally representative data, such as the General Household Survey, the Quarterly Labor Force Survey, all from Statistics South Africa. Another very prominent study is the National Income Dynamic Study, or better known as NIDS, which is a longitudinal study. And there's also, through the University of Cape Town, there's the Data First portal where you can access a number of data sets that align to your interests. And more internationally, there is the Demographic and Health Survey Program that deals with a lot of health-related topics on different populations. So these are just a few, but not limited to. There's many different data sets to explore, such as that from the World Bank, the International Social Science Program, or ISSP, and all of these data sets have very reliable sources of information that you can use for different research purposes. Okay. I know I've said a mouthful, so that's all from my section before I hand over to my colleague, Amy.
Okay. Are there any questions that I might have missed in the chat, Kukanyile? We still have 1 more minute.
So I can't see much. I think there was one question which was responded to, which was asking about the ethical clearance, and yeah, there aren't many really.
Okay.
Yeah, we've covered all.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Shanaz, for the theoretical session. Oh, there's one question.
The ethical clearance question was not responded to. I don't think it was. I was trying to find out. Well, I asked a question with regards to if I wanted to carry out collect cross-sectional data from a community, like in a sensitive case, like if you're trying to find out patient uptake of HIV treatment, like ARVs and so on. Do I need ethical clearance for that? And the other question is, when newspapers, for example, do polls, do they require ethical clearance? Like when they're doing polls for elections and so on. Yeah, because I think in one of the presentations, Professor Dipane told us we were supposed to get ethical clearance for practically almost all, well, so I understood, all data collection, these things from any sample, target samples, population we're looking at, yeah.
Okay, I'll respond and then I'll give you an opportunity, Amy, if you want to add to that. So from my understanding, any research conducted with any participant, you need ethical approval to conduct, especially in the research sector, such as an institution, you need ethical approval to conduct the study. This is also just to guide, to guide that you're conducting research in a very in a proper manner with no harm to the people that who are going to be involved in your study. Regarding newspapers, I don't think I've been exposed to that, so I can't speak from a newspaper point of view, but I know if they are displaying information from polls, essentially they would have gotten people to willingly give their information. So there would have been some, I guess, some form of consent given to those people who have responded to the polls. But in a nutshell, from a research institution perspective, I am aware that you do need ethical approval before conducting a study with any research participant. Amy, I don't know if you want to add to that.
Yes, no, that's correct. I actually sit on the Research Ethics Committee at the HSRC, and we get applications from every type of data collection project. So even if you're going to be interviewing businesses, you need ethical clearance because they're going to be human subjects involved and confidential information. Even if you're going to collect data from sort of administrative data that has confidential information, that's counted as well. If you're using secondary data, then you don't need ethical clearance. But if you're collecting the data yourself, then you do need ethical clearance. If that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. You may continue.
Thanks, Petronella, and thank you, Shanaz, for the first section. I hope you all gained a lot from that. Very informative presentation. Just going to share my screen.
Apologies, Amy. We just have one more hand.
Okay, no problem.
Notembelani, you may unmute.
Greetings to everyone. Thank you, Petronella, for the opportunity. I would like to appreciate the presentations that were just given to us. But now I'm having just a follow-up question to what the last speaker was saying about the ethical clearance. I'm thinking now, if maybe now, I use the secondary data, but I want now to publish the study. So do you what is this? When I approach the word just ran out now. The where would we normally apply? We submit our this week. What do we submit for our things to be published? When we submit, the part of the things that are needed will not be the ethical clearance be a requirement as well. Like, for instance, if you are submitting to the Public Health Research Journal or in any journal that you want to publish your work, is the ethical clearance will not be also a requirement. If you are saying, if you are using secondary data, you can still do our research without the ethical clearance. Thank you. Over.
Thank you. You may continue, Dr. Amy.
Yeah, so if you've used secondary data, then you don't need to provide any ethical clearance to the journal. I'm not sure actually, Shanaz, about if you've collected the data yourself. Does the journal? I think the journal sometimes requires the ethical clearance. Is that correct?
So that's correct. If you are part of the data collection, if it is your study that you executed, even though it is a quantitative study, right, you would have obviously had to get ethical clearance before you went out and conducted the study. So in that case, the journal will ask you for the Research Ethics Board name and the research ethics number. That generally happens with most article submissions. However, if you're using a secondary data source that has already been granted to you with permission of using, you will need to cite the institution who has given you the permission to use the data. Yeah.
All right, should I proceed?
Yes, please proceed. I think that's all from my side.
Thanks. Okay, so I am going to be introducing a few bits of analysis using Stata. So what you need to have in order to replicate this demonstration is the Stata software, firstly, and then the SASAS dataset. So that's a South African Social Attitude Survey, which is an HSRC dataset downloaded from the website, and then the DO file, which is provided as part of the training material. Now, this training part of the training, it's set at a very low level, very basic level. So I'm assuming that people do not have Stata experience. If you do have Stata experience, you're welcome to follow along in Stata, but you'll probably find what I'm going to demonstrate is quite simple. If you don't have Stata experience, or you don't have the software, I'd recommend you just watch and listen, so that you don't get lost or confused. It's very difficult to pitch it at the right level when there's so many people. So apologies if it's too simple or too advanced. Okay, and I'm mainly going to demonstrate in Stata rather than follow the slides, but the slides do reflect what I'm doing in Stata. And you should have access to the slides, which were shared earlier. Okay, so this is what the Stata interface looks like. On the left, we have the command window, which is the review of the commands that have been typed in. This is the command window. This is where you actually type your command with your Stata syntax. On the right here, this is where your variables are listed. And then on the bottom right, we've got the properties of the variables in the data. So I think this will make more sense if I open a data set. So I'm going to open the SESAS data from 2018. So then just a bit of background on the SESAS. It's a nationally representative repeated cross-sectional survey, and it's been conducted annually by the HSRC since 2003. It offers a unique long-term perspective on shifts in public perceptions, values, and behavior, and provides a critical tool for tracking social, economic, and political change. So there's a lot of questions on public or social attitudes, values, and behavior. But then there's also demographic information of the participants in the survey. So I've opened the data set. We see here that the variables appear in this window at the top right. And we have the names of the variables going down the left side and the labels of the variables, so what the variable is, on the right. And you can scroll down for all the variables. And you can see there's a lot of variables corresponding to the different questions. And then some post variables created post the survey, and including the weights of the survey at the end. Over here, you can search for variables using a keyword. So for example, age. If you type in age, it will bring up all the variables that have age in the variable name or in the variable label. What's also good to know is that if you click on, well, firstly, if you look at the properties tab below, you'll see the properties of the data set. The file name is SESAS 2018_Q1. We have 484 variables and 2,885 observations. And in this case, an observation corresponds to an individual who participated in the survey. And it's nationally representative. So we only have a sample size of 2,885, yet we can use the weights to project to the full population of South Africa. So if you think about it, it's quite small compared to the population number. Just going back to the comments or the questions earlier. Okay, so if we want to have a sort of a deeper look at our data, firstly, we can write a command in the command window saying that we want to browse our data set. So we just type in BR, which is short for browse, and we click enter. And you can see that the data set now appears in this window. in this browsing window. You can see like Shanaz described earlier, you've got your rows which correspond to an individual or an observation, and each one has a unique ID. Okay, so you always need to check that this ID variable is unique for each observation. It will have different variable names in different data sets, but there will always be an ID, a unique ID in each data set. And then going along the top, you've got your variables. So there will be sort of survey, area-related variables, and then consent, and then this one starts with numbers of people in the household and the ages of people. The dots mean that there's missing data. But we'll come to that now. Then if we want to, it's always good at the beginning to have a look at a summary of all your variables. And you can do that by typing in sum, which is short for summarize. And if we want to summarize all our variables, we don't have to specify any of the variables. We just click sum. Okay, so you'll see here in the display window, all the variables have been listed, and displayed are the number of observations with the variable value, the mean of the variable, the standard deviation, and then the minimum and the maximum. So it's always good to have a look at what your data looks at each variable level at the beginning. And like Shanaz mentioned, you want to make sure that your data is clean, and so you know what you're dealing with before you're carrying out the analysis. So it's also always good, well, what I always do is I have the questionnaire open alongside when I'm doing my analysis. And this is useful because then you can see the skip patterns in the data. So sometimes you've got a yes/no question, and depending on the answer, it opens up to a series of additional questions. And so you won't expect the full sample size to be answering all those questions. So for example, here, we've got the age of the different household members. And we see that the actual number of observations starts to decrease once you hit the first person's age, the second person's age, the third person's age, etc. Because not necessarily everyone will have more than one person in their household. Okay, so that's sort of a sense check to just be checking that you've got responses for all the variables that require a response or don't necessarily require a response. There are other variables that are, for example, string variables that we won't be able to calculate these different statistics for. So if it's a string variable, you won't have like the mean or the standard deviation or a maximum or a minimum. Okay, so that's just a look at the summary of our variables in our data set. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is demonstrate how to create a table of one of our variables. Okay, so I'm going to choose a variable. There's a hand. You're welcome to go ahead.
Yeah, please. So my question is, just help me understand this. I am completely a novice. Yeah. So yeah, the question is, I just want to take one of these things on the status, this thing there. And you see, for example, it says residents, and then under observation, you have, or let me go down to something that might be more, yeah, so just, okay, let's use residents, for example. Or I want to use something. Province. Okay, let's go up. First column, first segment of that province. Yeah. So you have observation 2.885. What does that mean? Is it that the number of observations? What was the implication of that? Yeah. What does that represent? Is it the number of observations taken?
Yes. So basically, remember we said here, we looked at our data and we saw we've got 2,885 observations in our data set. So this means that we have 2,885 values, or all 2,885 observations have a response to this variable. So all our observations will have a province assigned to them.
Yeah, thanks.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. I was looking at it, it looked like 2.885. So I was trying to, yeah, now it's clearer. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Thanks for that question. Okay, so please raise your hand if there are any other questions along the way. So what we're going to do next is we are going to create a table of the first question, which is Q1. This question asks, taking all things together, how satisfied are you with your life as a whole? Okay, so to create a table, you simply type in tab, which is short for tabulate, and then you list, and then you type in the variable that you want to tabulate. So I've got tab Q1 in the command window. I press enter, and there I have a table of this variable, a summary table. Okay, so you see here we've got the frequency. So this is the number of respondents that have answered each of these, have provided each of these responses. So 333 people in the sample answered very satisfied with their life. Most, or the highest proportion of respondents, 42.5%, or 1,226 respondents said satisfied. So that's the frequency, and then here you've got the percent of the entire sample. So that's 11.54% said very satisfied, 42.5% said satisfied, and so on. And all the frequencies should add up to the total number of respondents or responses in this case, and the percentages will add up to 100%. And then this is your cumulative percent on the far right. Okay. So that's just a simple.
Apologies, Amy. We just have one more question in the chat. How do you explain standard deviation from the descriptive statistics table?
Okay, so your standard deviation is basically a measure of the spread of the data around the mean. So it's how far the data is, how far the data distribution lies relative to the mean. So a very small standard deviation means there's a very low degree of spread of the data. We're talking about continuous variables here. And if there's a very high variation, then you've got a higher standard deviation. So a standard deviation is a square root of the variance of a variable. So that's just in simple terms. I won't go into the sort of actual equations, but that's the general description or interpretation of a standard deviation. But I'll show you later an example as well.
Apologies, Amy. Is there perhaps a link for Stata, a free trial? Some of the participants would like to practice with you.
So there is a link, but basically you have to go onto the Stata website and then request a trial license, and then they provide you with the trial license. So I'm not sure how long it takes for them to sort of generate or to process the request. So you probably wouldn't be able to just download it straight away. I did try the other day and you can't do that. But you can request it through the Stata website. But I wouldn't recommend trying to do it now because we don't really have enough time to do that. And then you also need to have the data set to be able to replicate what I'm doing here. So you would need to download the data from the HSRC website as well. And we did provide in the pack, we did provide instructions on how to do that.
Okay, thank. Then they can maybe do it afterwards with the
Yeah.
recording. Okay, thank you.
So I will provide the do file, which includes all these, all these examples that I'm typing out now, all these syntax commands. I'll provide the do file so that you can exactly replicate what I've done. And I'll show you the do file later, just so that it's clear to everyone.
Thanks, Amy. May I continue?
Okay, thanks.
To say that sorry, Amy, just to say that the do file has been provided. It's in the module pack that's online.
Yes, thanks.
Okay.
So if we go down, I'm going to tabulate another variable, which is one of the demographics variables for the respondent. So I'm going to tabulate gender. Now, Stata is case sensitive, so you need to make sure that you use the right case when you're typing a variable name. So gender is with the capital G. So if we tab gender, again, we get the summary table for the variable. We have 1,210 males, which is 41.94% of our sample. And then the other 58% are females. And again, we have a value for all observations in our data set. So we've got 2,885 responses. So no missing data here. And then you'll recall that Shanaz was talking about weights earlier. So I'm just going to demonstrate how you use the weights. If you want to project this this sample of 2,885 to the population. Okay, so remember our population is, I think it's the entire South African population aged 18 and above. Or aged 16 and above, sorry. Is that correct, Shanaz? I'm not sure if you're aware.
Yes, it's the adult population aged 16 years and older for this specific data set.
Yes, okay. So I'm going to type in the same command, but now I'm going to add in a weight. So at the end of the data set, you usually find the weights. So I'm going to use this one, which is the final individual weight. And we say weight is equal to, and then the variable name. There are different types of weights. I'm not going to go into the different types of weights here. I'm using the I weight, but usually you would use a P weight, a probability weight, or a frequency weight. But I just want to demonstrate here mainly what happens when you use a weight. What happens to the, yes.
Sorry to interrupt, it would be the bench weight, the final individual benchmark weight for 2019.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bench weight. So that's the correct weight to use. So you see here, we've got much bigger numbers in terms of frequency of males and females. And that's because we're projecting to a population size of 40,000 40,682,000. Okay, so that's your whole population that are age 16 and above. We've got, now it says we've got almost 52% are male and 48% are female. So you see that actually without using the weights, you get a bit of a skewed result because there were obviously more females and males that responded to the survey, or it was to do with the sampling method. So to make it representative of the population, you have to use weights, and that gives you a more accurate estimation.
Apologies, Amy. We just have a question in the chat. How do you know which prompts to use in the command tab? For example, tab for tabulate, BR for browse. Is it a universal coding language? One of the participants asking.
Yes, so basically each command is a Stata command. So every software that you use will have its own language or syntax. So like tab and for example, is a Stata command. So it's, and I mean, there is a Stata, there are Stata help, a lot of Stata help on the website. So you can learn the different commands or the basic commands. There's also a help function in Stata. For example, if you type help tab, you then get, you're then able to get help with that particular command or syntax. And it gives you the different options because there are different options when you do use the command tab. So it is about learning the Stata language. If you want to use Stata, you need to learn all the different commands. But I mean, all the basic ones you'll get quite quickly, like tab and generating a new variable, for example. But you can also use the help files and or videos, YouTube videos, Google. It's very easy to learn new commands. So I still Google commands even when I do complex statistical analysis, because also sometimes you can't remember certain commands and you sort of need to look it up again, or but the basics you will learn quite quickly. Yes, there's another hand. Bertrand?
Just a quick question. So how do you determine whether you're using a bench weight or you're using a probability weight or you're using a frequency weight? Yeah.
So this would usually be in the so usually in the when you download the survey data, there's usually a code book or a metadata or some sort of metadata report where it explains each variable and also provides guidance on which weights to use. I'm not sure if you know, Shanaz, what CESAS provides in that sense, but usually people that use the data a lot will be able to tell you, or you'd be able to find it in the documentation along with the data.
Yeah, just to add to that, Amy, just irrespective of it being CESAS, right? Just say you're using any other data set. It's always good to look through the metadata to see what type of weights there are. For example, there's an individual weight, there's a household weight, and there's a weight that is benchmarked to the entire population of the country, in this case with CESAS. And then generally, because it's an individual adult survey, you want to use the final benchmark weight so that you make inferences about the entire adult South African population. But it's also data set specific in terms of which weights you should use and which weights you need to use for your analysis. Sometimes there's also embedded a household weight that you may need to use if you want to make inferences about the household. Thank you.
Thanks, Shanaz. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
All right, thanks. All right,
Apologies,
so I'm
Amy.
Yes.
We're eating into your time. There's just one more question.
Sure.
I didn't get the process of projecting from a sample to the population. Could you please explain that again?
Okay, so basically, in our sample, we have 2,888 responses, but each individual has a different weight because they are representing a certain number of other individuals in the entire population. So if we want to project to the population, we need to assign and do the estimation by assigning the weights to each individual, because each individual's response will have a different weight or bearing on the final result. So, for example, a very simple example, if we have 10 people in our population, we've got say 5 males and 5 females, and then we sample 1 male and 1 female. Then that 1 male will represent those 5, the total of 5 males, so they'll represent those other 4 males, and the female will represent the other 4 females as well. So you'd want to weight them each by 5. But if you have, for example, 2 males in your sample, they will represent fewer. Maybe I'm going into too much of a detail here, but they will represent fewer males each. So I don't know, Shanaz, if you have a better way of explaining it, but it's a bit.
I would think, Amy, if we look at the first table, right? The first table just tells us percentage or number of respondents in the data set. The second table tells us about how this measure represents the percentage or number of South Africans, and then you use a statistical syntax or what is it, a code or a line of code by applying the weights to transform table 1 into table 2 so that your interpretation is no more about the respondents, but now about the entire adult population. So I think you did fine, Amy. I think that was great. I just wanted to reiterate that from my very simple understanding.
Thanks. And if you look at the actual variable, which is right at the end, that's benchmark weight, you'll see each observation will have a different number here. And I think this indicates how many individuals that person represents. And that will be determined by their demographics or their location, for example. But it depends on how the sample was selected, and it depends on the response as well.
Okay, thanks, Dr. Amy. You may continue.
Okay, thanks. So I'm now going to demonstrate a cross tabulation where we can look at the correlation or the distribution of gender across that Q1 variable. So in order to do that, you would again type in tab, then your Q1 variable, and then your gender variable. So this is going to create a table with Q1. The first variable in the syntax will be along the left, and the gender variable will go along the top. So if you press enter, you'll see that Q1 is down the left, and we've got the data has been displayed by male and by female. So we've got 153 males that answered very satisfied, and 118 females answered very satisfied, and so on. And we see that the total number of males here corresponds with the total number up here, as does the total number of females. And then we go to our total sample size of 2,885. So I'm not using weights anymore, just to keep things simple. This is just at the sample level. But so this is a simple cross tabulation of two variables. Now we might want to actually know the percentage of males that answered each of these responses to this question, and the percentage of females. So the distribution across these different response options for males and females separately. And in that case, you'd want your column percentages. Okay, so I'm going to tab Q1 and gender again, but then I'm going to specify col, which is column, and that will just tell Stata to provide the column percentages. Okay, so it provides, again, the frequencies, but underneath each frequency, we've now got the percentage. So what this is saying is that 12.64% of males answered very satisfied, and 43% of males answered satisfied, whereas 10.75% of females answered very satisfied, and 42% answered satisfied. Okay, so the bottom numbers are the percentages. So we see how males were most likely to respond, and similarly for females. And then we see that the percentages add up to 100% at the bottom in each case. Now we could also ask Stata to provide the percentages for the rows. It depends on which question we want to ask. Okay, so we need to think carefully about what we are trying to understand. Are we trying to understand how males respond versus females? Or are we trying to understand for this response, what was the percentage of males versus the percentage of females? So if we want to look at it from that perspective, then instead of column, we write row. And then that's going to give us our row percentages. So here, the way we interpret this is that out of the respondents that selected very satisfied with their life, 45 or almost 46% were male and 54% were female. Okay, so females were actually the majority of those that answered very satisfied. So those who answered very satisfied were most likely to be female rather than male. And then that adds up to 100%. So it just depends on how or what question you're asking. So are you looking at males versus females? So for here, you're saying, are males or females more likely to answer very satisfied? Well, in this case, males are actually more likely to answer very satisfied. But when we look at the actual row values, it's quite different because we're answering a different question. So if we look at very dissatisfied, most of the very dissatisfied respondents were actually female, 62.6%, whereas only 37% were male. Okay, so I hope that's making sense.
Yes, it is. Thank you, Dr. Amy. We just said that we still have around 15 minutes left. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so I'm just going to go a little bit quicker then. So I want to just show you in the browsing window the difference between the different formats the different types of variables. So we've got different colors for the different values. So we've got black, which is just a numeric variable. We've got blue, which is also a numeric variable, but there are labels on the variable. Okay. So there's yes and no, but you'll have different values for each label. So no might be 2 and yes might be 1. And then we've got string variables. For example, these other specify variables are in red. And you can see that these are string variables. Okay, so say, for example, we want to create a table of Q1, but for females only. Okay, so if we go to the end, we see that our gender variable is here. And it's a numeric variable, so it's a categorical variable with a value of 1 or 2. But we don't know which one is male and which one is female. So in order to determine which one is which, we use this command, which is label list. And then the gender label is also called gender. You see the value label over here. So if we type in gender, then it tells us that males have a value of 1 and females have a value of 2. Okay, so if you want to tabulate Q1 for females only, you would say tab Q1 if gender, which is the variable name, is equal to 2. And so the way Stata works is that if you specify what the variable is equal to, you have to use 2 equal to signs. So this is saying only tabulate Q1 if gender is female. Okay, and then we just have the values and the percentages, the frequency and percentages for females only.
Apologies, Amy. Just one quick question. How do you deal with missing values in regression analysis or in this data set? Were the missing variables removed or imputed?
So, yeah, so if you want to identify if there are any missing values, so say, for example, let's see, income category. Let's tab income category. Okay, you can see here that there are missing variables because this the total number of observations is less than our total sample size. So if we want to identify the number of missing variables, we say comma M for missing, and then it shows you that 55 observations have a missing value for this particular variable. For gender, there's no missing variables. So if you tab gender, comma M, yeah, you've got 2885 responses for that variable. If you use, you have to be quite careful when you're doing a regression analysis. You must always, before doing a regression analysis, it's always good to summarize all the variables that you're going to use and understand or check that the values, that it's in the right format and that the values make sense. So if there is a variable missing, or if a respondent has a missing response to a particular variable in the regression, their observation will be dropped entirely from the regression. So you'll only be able to include responses or observations that have responses to all the variables in your regression. But there are ways of dealing with that. But it's a bit complex to go into right now. But just in general, that's what regressions do, and it's good to know that. Also, sometimes numeric variables will have codes for don't know or refused, and these might be negative values like -99 or -98. So you must make sure that you take those out before using that variable in a regression analysis. Similarly, there might be outliers in your data, and so you need to look for those and decide whether you want to take those out before running a regression or doing some other statistical analysis. Does that make sense? Is that okay?
Thanks, Amy. You may continue.
Okay, thanks. So I just want to look at the age variable now, because I want to show how to summarize a variable in more detail. So earlier we used the sum command, but I'm now going to add in an option which says detail, just so that we get a bit more detail than before. So earlier we just got the mean and the maximum and minimum and standard deviation. Now we've also got the percentiles, and we've got some other statistics about the skewness of the data. So what this is saying is that for the percentiles, what this says is that 1% of the data have an age of less than 17. So we said earlier that our youngest person is 16, and we can see here that the oldest person, the maximum number or the maximum age in our data is 98. Okay, so these are the four smallest values are all 16, and the four largest values are 95, 95, 98, and 98. This 50% percentile is saying 50% of the data lies below 43 years of age. So this is actually our median value. The mean is here, which is 44.46 years. And then this is our standard deviation, which I said earlier is about the spread of the data around the mean. The variance is the square of the standard deviation. And then the skewness indicates how skew or how skew the distribution of data is. So how far the variables, well, let me show in the slides. So it's basically the asymmetry of the distribution. And a positive tail means it's skewed to the right. And I'll show you now what that means. Then the kurtosis is how much data resides in the tails of the distribution. So it's how often outliers occur. So just to provide a picture of that, if we want to make a graph or look at the variable visually, we can create a histogram, for example, because it's a continuous variable. So hist is just short for histogram. And I'm just going to say age. And then Stata provides this graph, okay, of the age variable. So we see that the skewness, because it's positive, means it's got this tail to the right. And we say that the data is skewed to the right because there's more individuals who are lower, who are younger than older. And we've got our mean, which is around here, 44. And our kurtosis is how much data is in the tail, or the outliers. So these are the outliers in the data, these very high numbers. And then another example of a graph is a pie chart. If we want to look at gender, for example, I'm going to graph a pie, and we say over gender. And we get this pie chart, which indicates the proportion that are male and that are female. Remember, I'm not using weights here, so it's not nationally representative. And to add in extra details like the percentages and that sort of thing, you can just you can use the help function, like I showed you earlier. So, for example, you can go help histogram, and it tells you all the details on how to display different percentages in the graph, or have different labels on the axes, or anything like that. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Amy. We have around 5 minutes left. We have one interesting question in the chat. Shanaz explained that it's a little bit complex. If we can quickly explain, how do you form an index or aggregate different items in cross-sectional data analysis?
Sorry, could you say that again?
How do you, Shanaz, do you want to come in?
So basically, Amy, the question is how to form an index or aggregate different items in cross-sectional survey data analysis. Excuse me, like I said to Petronella, it's quite, and you may differ and be able to explain this very simply, but I think it's quite a complex number of steps that you need to execute before generating an index. So, for example, you would first need to average the different measures that you are interested in by generating a new variable based on the average of the variables that you're interested in creating the index. Then you would need to apply some principal component analysis, and that in itself is also quite a complex statistical method, but it's needed when you are creating an index. And then you'd have to do some factor analysis that basically is model-based and accounts for measurement error. You'll also do some reliability checking by using the alpha command to check your Cronbach alpha, and usually a Cronbach alpha that is greater than 0.7 or 8 is usually acceptable. So it's quite a complex statistical step to do to create an index, and I think it would probably involve more engagement. But Amy, I don't know if you could water it down a bit better than I tried to.
No, I think Shanaz, that's a perfect
I think that's fine.
explanation. We're running out of time. If Amy could maybe just use the last few minutes to explain how you can use AI in her presentation. Thank you.
Yes, thanks, Petronella. Thanks, Shanaz. So this was the last slide that I had, was using the use of AI. So I'm not an AI expert, so I'm sure there's lots of other ways of using AI when using Stata or any other kind of statistical software. But a couple of examples is if you pasted one of these tables that we created into ChatGPT, for example, and asked it to create a bar chart, it would produce the bar chart just using the data in your table, and it would label it, provide the name of the variables and the value labels and everything. Similarly, you can also translate syntax from one programming language to another. So, for example, if you ask ChatGPT to provide the SPSS equivalent of the stake-to command tab Q1 gender col, it tells you this SPSS syntax here. And you can do the same for any other. So, I mean, it can get very complex, and I'm sure that you can do a lot more with AI, but these are just 2 examples that I wanted to show you. And yeah, I'm sure it's going to progress in the future and we'll be able to do all kinds of things. So that's for you to explore. But I hope that my presentation was useful and that you managed to get something out of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Amy and Dr. Shanaz. I think we can all agree that we wish that we had more time on our side to learn more about the practical session. There's a lot of work that have to go into designing your cross-sectional survey, especially regarding the missing analysis or preparing your data set. So we will put the data set, they are already in the folder. The presentation will also be made available. We are kindly asking everybody in the session to evaluate the session. The link is in the chat. We have 1 minute left. I know the session was very helpful, especially regarding the commands and how do you know which command to use. So I think we will also maybe communicate with you personally in the future. But thank you so much to our presenters. Thank you, Kukanyile, for handling the chat and for assisting me. Thank you for the participants and for the responsiveness in the chat and also the questions. They were very valuable. Please rate our session and we hope to see you again next year for this session. Thank you so much. May we please close the session, Dr. Amy and Dr. Shanaz?
Yes, thank you very much to all the participants for joining, and thank you to you, Kukanile and Amy, for all your support during the session.
Yes, thank you to you too, Shanaz and Petronella. And thank you for everyone for listening and for participating.
Thank you. Have a pleasant day further. The session is now closed.
Bye, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Good day.
Thank you. Bye.